Alright, hello everyone. Sorry to keep you waiting. It kind of seems like my file server is about to die. So I can't access my files. How rude of it. But here we are. Hello, Nolram. What is happening? Hamburg, hello. Welcome. Yeah, it seems like I have quite a few people from Germany or around that region in these chats. Spent 3 hours making build numbers. Yeah, that sounds about right. Sometimes the seemingly most simple things can take a whole lot of time. Cool. Right, today we will be doing a little bit of decoration in the level. I've been kind of crunching this week a little bit, trying to get this these natural objects, this natural environment here in the demo level to finally, well, to wrap it up basically. And so I've just done a whole bunch of UV unwrapping these cliffs, basically all the way around. All of this stuff used to be just single colored all the way to here. And even these guys here. So basically now we only have untextured cliffs here on this, whatever you want to call this top here where the refinery sits. And then we have a couple of them here in the elevator station. Not those two basic. No, actually we have three. There's one as well. Other than that, the environment is textured. I probably still will do like a grass painting pass on these, maybe at some point, maybe even after the demo. I haven't exactly decided yet. But I figured we would actually decorate these places a little bit. Here, for example, we have just like basically like a single colored area. You can see that actually I ran out of terrain, which is why this piece is actually like a separate piece, it's just a mesh, which means that we don't really get all kinds of, we can't like paint it with like the terrain painting tools. We can't actually get tire tracks on this if the player drives up here. But this is sort of like a bonus place anyway, like there's not necessarily going to be any gameplay here. If the player lifts the scout up here with the mother vehicle, then they can drive here, and that's fine. We should probably test that works actually. But this is supposed to be kind of just like a nice sort of like set piece almost. Actually curious about your DevOps CI whatever setup. It's not something often talked about by people who actually know what they're doing. Yeah, I'm one of the people who don't know what they're doing. Very clearly. Right, my CI setup. I have a TeamCity server. So this thing here, by JetBrains, which runs on just an old computer sitting in a corner. I guess someone who really knew what they were or are doing, they would running on like a virtual machine in the cloud somewhere. I don't do that. First of all, I need Windows to run my data builds. And second of all, I need a GPU, or I guess technically, yeah, I need a GPU to do light mapping. I don't technically probably need a GPU to do data conversions, but texture conversions are much faster if they can be run on a compute shader. And so I have just like a physical machine that's sitting in the corner of my office, and it runs builds, and it has like the worst GPU ever. I think it's like the GT710 or something. Yeah, like this thing. You know, it's like a passively cooled, horrible thing. But still, it's like way faster than doing certain things on the GPU. Way faster than doing certain things on the CPU. Just to run it on a crappy GPU. And of course, the reason why I want a crappy GPU in this is that like 95% of the time this thing just sits idle, so I don't want it to like draw a bunch of power. And yeah, so I have a machine running this thing, which is like the broker, and you can actually get it for free. You just click here for free. Let's see, on premises. Here we go. So this one, professional. So you can have 3 machines, 3 build agents. I used to have a Mac build agent, just like an old Mac that I had lying around, acting as the Mac agent, build the Mac version. Mac version doesn't currently build because ever since the web GPU refactoring of the renderer, I just haven't actually kept the metal renderer up to date. So it would need like probably like a week of work to build again. And so the Mac agent isn't currently running. So I just have like the one machine, which is the broker and also the agent, and it just makes builds, and then you can download them, and you get like emails if you break the build or something like that. Is your light mapper actually GPU based? Because I remember it was comparatively slow. It is pretty slow, yeah. It is pretty slow because I'm basically just using my standard renderer to do light mapping. But just like my standard renderer is GPU based, the light mapper is also GPU based because it's rendering the same thing. The reason it is slow is because the renderer is optimized to render images of let's say 720p to 4K ish, like a typical game rendering range, and it's optimized to render it at 60 to 120 frames per second, something like that. That is kind of the typical range for a renderer. The light mapper needs to render images of 256 times 256 or maybe 512, and it needs to basically render it at like, to make it fast, it would need to render it at like 10,000 frames per second or something like that, which is like something that it doesn't do all that well. And so my solution to this is just to have a system where I can combine a few different machines to do the thing, and they have sort of like a farm. You can see here there is a thing called the processing farm, which is like super ugly, as you can see. But the machine on which you want the results, you start a server just like this. Now it's running, and now other machines. This is just my internal IP for this machine. Actually, it's not for this machine, it's for another one, because this has been the client at some point. Well, anyway, yeah. So now this thing is running a server, and other machines can connect to this. So if they're running the same level as this, so basically I just submit my stuff to to source control, then I start the server on the machine on which I actually want the details or the results, and then I just start mapping. Have you ever read Mr. F's article on GPU light mapping? I don't remember. I might not have. But by all means, post it on Discord for everyone to enjoy. Want a fast light mapper? Yeah, sure. I'd like a fast light mapper. By all means. I mean, I'm not sure I will change my light mapper for this project necessarily anymore. It just takes a while to make a good light mapper. Not saying my light mapper is good. It's not, you know, anything related to rendering in this project is, let's be honest, not like top tier stuff. But yeah, I don't mind reading about how to actually do it. And yeah, I realize this is not how people typically do it. I think the Witness, so the John Blow game, at least at some point used it, because he wrote like a blog post about them just abusing the standard renderer for this. I think that's how I originally came up with the idea. But yeah, by all means, post the link, and post not just you, but just anyone have any good links to resources that they feel like good. Post them on the game dev channel on Discord. Absolutely. But yeah, anyway, that's my CI. So whenever I submit data, I build the engine code, and then I build the game code, which is Zig in this case, and then I run this guy, the asset server, in a command line mode. And this is sort of like almost like a local job broker, in the sense that like it then uses the correct converters to do whatever it is you want to do, and then finally it produces pack files. So we can do it here from the menu, or we can just have it. It just complains that we are actually connected to this guy, so test packs. You can just produce pack files with this by hand, or from the command line as part of some sort of script, and then you get a bunch of pack files that you can ship with the game, are compressed. And yeah, some of these start to actually take some time to, like, this is the map refinery. That's the one that we are actually currently working on, or where most of the stuff from this map actually goes. Right, so here we have the pack files. Now we can inspect the pack files. We can see here pack file inspector. So we have all the pack files up here. We can see that, okay, map file refinery takes up most of the space currently. Worth mentioning, by the way, that the videos, if you use any of the videos, there are of course 2 excellent videos on my channel describing how that system works. So check those out. But anyway, those don't go into pack files because they are streamed off disk, so they're not actually covered by this. But anyway, if we're not counting those, then the largest pack file here would be map refinery, which is a 108 megabytes. Then we have the game, 21. Audio is 18. Map refinery intro, so that's a smaller intro level. This guy will actually grow before the demo is complete, because we need to decorate that properly. Then we can go here into map refinery BP4 and see what we actually have here. What has gone into this pack file. So we have the refinery blockout binary level, or bin level. This is the actual level file. This contains things like all the object definitions, all these layers we have here, and the terrain, and the paint maps for the terrain, that sort of thing. It contains the grass paint maps. So this grass that we can paint here, that sort of thing. It contains the nav meshes, the compiled scripts, that sort of stuff. And then we can see here that the like next largest things are basically all these large cliff textures. Oh, this is like 31 megabytes inside the pack file, but uncompressed it's like 123. So the bin level actually compresses quite well. And I think that is because I have some RGBA8 like uncompressed textures in there. These large cliff trees, for example, these are probably compressed already. If we go have a look here in the asset browser, we can see what texture format they're actually using. Oh, it's somewhere off screen. Let's see if we can. Hello. Would you wanna? Yeah, here we are. So large cliff 3 combined. Here you can see their resource file names .tex, but it's actually like a PNG that's then converted into the runtime format. And yeah, it's using BC7, so block compression 7 for this particular one, and that's why it's pretty big. And actually all of these are cliffs. Then we have some like smaller cliffs, and then you can see that these are these are so small that you can't actually even read what they are, but that doesn't typically matter. What else do we have? Like game probably might be kind of interesting. Yeah, like the intro animation is SVG anim, even though it's not an SVG, but it's produced from SVG. And then again we have some textures. Textures just take up a whole bunch of space. This sort of thing. Yeah, this is a very cool tool. I don't remember what this was actually. I learned about these maps somewhere. Let's see if we can find the code. It's called something like packfile util. There we go, packfile inspector. Yeah, so tree map renderer. Yeah, so this is called a tree map, this thing, which like sort of sizes the elements according to their size, and there's like an algorithm to figure that out. Let's go to bases still as a last thing. What do we actually have? These are like things that the engine sort of needs. Sky noise. I don't think that's. Maybe that's actually used. Yeah, I think that is actually used. I think sky noise is the thing that sort of makes this like slightly uneven. This otherwise it would just be like solid blue, or a blue gradient basically. Then you have these things that are like actually sky, like just textures. These are like the clouds, but everything that's not those. This noise here is probably actually that. There we go. What else? We have some white noise textures. And we have a tileable Perlin noise. Lots of noises. And then we have some... Yeah, these are fonts. Console small, console. Yeah, Lucida. So there's basically like... yeah, it's this font basically, yeah. Yeah, then we actually have some shaders. So we have like terrain shaders. It's actually kind of large. Just like a bunch of shaders, really. Though my implementations tend to be very simple, typically just a location table and the actual data with a header about compression. Yeah, that's exactly how this works. That is basically exactly how it works. It's super simple, actually. So if we run this with, let's see. Where's the thing that actually reads the pack file data? I bet I have some sort of something. Some sort of header struct here somewhere. Load map items BP4. Yeah, you can either you can use BP4 files. It's called BP4 because it's using the LC4 compression. Here we go, actually, yeah, BP4 file info. Yeah, it just gets like a bunch of like, it has some magic numbers to identify the file, and there's some reserved bytes. We have the metadata length, the BP4 header length, and then it like creates just some entries, and then it just points into, you know, into the data that follows. And it's literally just like one LC4 compressed file after another. Yeah, it's called BP4 just because it's LC4. A BP means like basis pack 4. And then you can have pack files .pak, and they are actually zip files. They have a little bit of header prepended to it, but it's basically like just a standard zip file with a little bit of custom header in front of it. So if you take like the offset of the pack file, some number of bytes, which I'm sure you can find in the beginning of the pack file, and then offset into that file, and then you rename it .zip, then you get like a zip file out of it. I tend to have compression be adjustable per resource in the package, since some types of data compress better with one algorithm or another. Yeah, I have it per pack file. Or I mean, yeah, well, some things are compressed like already, right? Like this texture, you set the format here, and this is the compression that it uses. In my experience, the only thing you really need to think about, not the only, but like 90% of what you need to worry about in the game is textures anyway. Right? That's what takes up, unless you have like lots of videos, something. But textures tend to take a lot of space, so you need to be able to set the compression for each texture, because like some block compression formats support alpha channels, some don't, yada yada. Hey Tutu, welcome back. And after that, it's set on a per pack file basis, and a pack file is basically like when you request a resource, when something in the code or the data requests a resource, the resource figures out, is the pack file that I belong to loaded? And if it's not, it loads the pack file, and that means that it loads the whole pack file into memory. So you don't actually stream from pack files. And then when the last resource that referred to that pack file has been unloaded, then the pack file is unloaded. So both the pack files and the resource packs are reference counted. And so if you want maximum compression, at least maximum currently in my engine and tech base, then you would use the pack files .pack. But they are slower to load, so I typically use BP4 these days because it's much faster to load, and they're only like 10-15% larger in most cases, so it doesn't really matter. Always load the whole pack file. Yeah, it's been like that forever. And by forever I mean since I started this engine. The idea was originally that you would minimize the sort of number of file operations that you would have to do, basically. You know, this engine is old enough that when I started, like, SSDs were really not all that common, even though they were sort of coming into gaining popularity. And so the idea was that if you know how you're going to load your resources, you just group together things that are going to be loaded together. And so, for example, we have the go here to means data work folder root. This is the work folder root. This has a bunch of special folders. Start with __. Some of these are created by the system itself, such as temp, settings, and cache. And some of these are actually used, so that's why they're submitted to SVN in this case. So these are all the converters that are actually used to do things. So that's the back file inspector, for example, that we looked at earlier. It's found here. And all of the other folders in here, these become pack files. So we had, for example, the map refiner that we looked at. And so if you group together the things that you know you will want to load all in one go, then the idea, at least in theory, was that it would be, you know, faster and easier to just load the whole thing. And also that, you know, compressing the whole file is generally more efficient than compressing the individual files. And so if you can just uncompress it in one go, and then, you know, load all the resources from that data. I mean, from a BP4 file, it just compresses it into one big buffer, and then the resources are just pointers into that, right? Well, that was the idea. I'm not sure I see the case anymore, though. Yeah, I kind of agree. I don't think it's a problem, especially if you know that is how the engine works. But yeah, I agree that it's not necessarily, these days, it wouldn't necessarily be that big of a deal anyway. I don't really do streaming in the sense like an open world engine does streaming, though. So typically when I load into a level, the data is loaded into memory, and then I don't really have to load anything more. You can of course just create like a completely different game object that loads like 3 or 4 other pack files. It's completely fine. You'll probably get a little bit of a frame rate spike there. Yes, I know the ZSTD stuff. It is really interesting. There was one commenter on one of the videos for the video and codec that I made. I mean, it's kind of arguable if it is actually like a codec or if it's just me abusing JPEG files, but still, I don't remember if they had actually tried this, but like the idea was that like if you have a video, you know, you're going to want to compress, then like the dictionary mode for the ZSTD algorithm is kind of like the optimal way to compress that, right? Because you can train it on the video, and then you can compress the video. So there's bound to be lots of similarities between frames there. Hello, Wookie. But yeah, I mean, it kind of works. I'm not gonna change it for this game. Maybe for the next. Or maybe I'll just become a dirty Unreal boy for the next project. I don't know. That's possible as well. But yes, I'm not defending the way I did things. I'm just telling you this is how it works currently. And then if people are like, that's not optimal, then I'm like, yeah, probably isn't. It probably isn't. Please do not become a dirty Unreal boy. I will try to. I will try to. I've never actually worked with Unreal. It might be a real pleasure. I haven't done that. I have worked with Unity. Yeah, it was fine. It's not how I generally do things, but it was fine. Oh hey, Giuseppe. Welcome to the stream. I will probably keep doing this stupid thing. Yes. Yeah, I didn't take it as an attack. No worries about it at all. I'm just explaining my way of thinking here. That yeah, it probably isn't the optimal way. But you know, there are so many things in this engine that aren't done the optimal way. I don't think there's necessarily anything about this engine that is optimal, if we're being completely honest here. So you know, just throw the resource thing on the pile as well. But it works. Right. Anyway, maybe we should get on to the thing of today. So, for those of you who maybe join a bit later, I've been texturing cliffs lately. I'm getting kind of sick of it, really. But we have almost all cliffs now textured. It's really only this kind of hilltop here where the refinery sits, and then just a few of these smaller things here in the elevator station, or lift station. I think the refinery cliffs, I might actually just, you know, model everything else and then do the cliffs last. At least I need to remodel this ramp. This was done kind of half-assedly. And then I need to properly model these buildings. Some of them might already be kind of good. Other buildings need to be touched up quite a bit. And then I will do the cliffs last, so that the cliffs can change if the layout of the base requires it. As for these other ones, I think I will probably do like a grass painting, sort of. Now the grass is just like, there's a little bit of hand painting involved here, as one might be able to see if you like look close enough. But it's basically just like, it's based on kind of like the faces of the mesh. That's not necessarily how I want it to look in the end, but I think it's reaching an acceptable level. But I think this place here, for example, this just requires a bunch of love still to actually look good. And I happened to see here that this is like probably the first thing I want to fix. And like I mentioned previously, I actually ran out of terrain. In other words, like the terrain is... Let's have a look. Turn off the fog. Like the center of the main terrain is here, and this is the whole size of the terrain. You can of course resize it, but then that just like changes 100,000 different things in the level. And I can also create a new terrain, which is what I did here in the beginning, just a smaller one. But I didn't want to do that, because like the terrains are heavier, both in terms of memory and performance and all of that, compared to just a mesh. So I just made this as a mesh. Because the player will need to actually do some work to get up to that plateau there, so I figured if we just cover it in grass, it will probably look fine. We're going to have to actually modify that just a little bit. So let's start the basis string server and edit that in Blender. We can see what's going on. So this is almost kind of like a handmade height field. Some of these things can be really difficult to see in Blender. You can only see them the actual game. Yeah, something like that. I mean, this is not necessarily sort of regular. It's not a regular pattern anyway. So that probably fixes that. We don't have this weird hole here anymore. Not that the hole will necessarily be all that visible when we actually start putting grass into this. But maybe before that we should try to actually just flatten this out ever so slightly. And here you can very clearly see the edge between the terrain and the mesh. And when we cover it with grass, it's not as visible. In some places it just basically goes away completely. So that's pretty nice. Yeah, I've done a decent job of this already. Of course, the problem with like a height field terrain is that, you know, you have this. You can actually see it quite perfectly here. This is like the steepest this terrain can ever get, and so you don't want it to look like it's rising down here, but you can basically see that it's like rising a little bit. So I'd really like to have like a vector field terrain in my next engine, next iteration of this engine, whatever it turns out to be. What do we have here? How far can we go? We can go on to there. The terrain is chunked, yes, and it supports holes, yes. Indeed. Yes, you can just go. Let's see. I'm gonna save this if I mess it up. Well, basically, we have the active material here. If we take the default grass and just start erasing it, probably need to do. Yeah, there we go. Woo. Yeah, you get this sort of weird, almost like burned paper look to the edges there. That's just how the current terrain shader is done. You can see those kind of meshes sitting there underneath. But this should work with physics as well. So if now take like a dynamic object like this, let's put it there, and we drop it. Nope. Huh. Oh, there's probably actually a mesh collision there as well, which is messing with me. Oh yeah, it does support holes. See if we can cut a hole somewhere. This is interesting. See if it actually works. Let's go somewhere where there's like no one cares about the terrain. Somewhere here maybe. And this is the other terrain, so I need to activate that. Let's take the default grass. And here you can see the plane, the like ridiculously large plane mesh, that doesn't have any collision, so that shouldn't make it be a problem. See, can we? Oh, maybe my terrain holes are broken physics-wise. They should work though, because just like you can get physics, you can have different physics materials, and indeed these are different physics materials, which means that you get like different particle systems. You can have different what do you call it, friction on grass than on gravel, for example. You can also just have like no physics material, and then it cuts a hole into it. To be fair, I haven't really ever used that for anything, so it's possible that it's broken. It is a possibility. But yeah, the terrain is chunked. Here we are using GPU tessellated terrain. It's another one of these slightly like historical things. that at some point GPU tessellation using tessellation shaders were like the hot new thing, so that is how I did it. And then like nowadays people don't really use those. But I didn't really want to like rewrite my whole terrain editor, so now I just have a second mode which is like pre-tessellated terrain. Bug detected. Yeah, it's possible. I might just be that I don't remember how to set that up properly. Oh yeah, you can preview. You need to select the correct terrain and preview the pre-tessellated. Like if you toggle this on and off, you can see the terrain change. So one is GPU tessellated terrain based on a height map, and the other is CPU tessellated terrain based on that same height map. And then this CPU tessellation also has 3 LOD levels. So if you like fly away, hopefully you can't actually see the the LOD levels change, but typically you can, at least in like steeper areas. And finally we can enable the terrain LOD bounce. Here we just get like, so we have the low LOD, and we can see how much we scale it down. So the low LOD, which is the red one, is scaled down by 8. The medium is scaled down by half, and then the high LOD is not scaled at all. And the high LOD actually kicks in kind of close to where the camera is. And yeah, of course, my hope is that it's actually kind of tricky to see where the switch happens. Oh yeah, here for example, close to these trees, you can very clearly see the difference there in the how steep that pit is there. Like that darker area almost completely goes away when we're using the low LOD. And there's even a slight difference there between the high and the medium. So that's how it works. And yeah, you also have the GPU tessellation. You can set like a minimum maximum distance. That looks super wonky though. Like we can have the maximum distance be very close to the camera. Let's make it like 30. Let's see if we can actually get this working. Don't remember exactly how this goes. Yeah, okay, so here we can see that the terrain is sort of like, it looks like almost like alive, like it's pulsing. If you look at the areas here. Actually, we can make both of them actually really close, so we don't have to. And let's take the controller and move around with this. Yeah, so here you can see that the terrain just like being tessellated between, and the shadows are just glitching out completely. Oh yeah, you can see the terrain just getting more detailed as we go close to it. It's just filling up all sorts of holes. It's completely broken. Yeah. Let's just reload the level at this point. I don't remember actually what I've done. Yeah. One last DevOps question. Build system. What build system do you mean? For building code? For building the data? For building what code? There we go. Okay. MS build, yeah, pretty much. not even joking. That is pretty much... What do you use for building your code, both native and tools? I don't build tools across platforms, first of all. They are Windows only. First and foremost, due to the fact that a lot of them use WinForms, right? Tricky to use WinForms on other platforms. And I know about the hacks, but I shouldn't even count those. I use CMake to generate the project files for Visual Studio and Xcode. And I've even actually built the engine plus like an example game for Linux back in the day, and I think it just like generated like CMake files or something. I don't remember exactly. But yeah, building tools, it's like build solution, and then I get a bunch of exe files. That's it. And then of course building the data is my own system that we kind of just looked at. That's the asset server, which is also tracks which assets are up to date, which converters need to be run, and manages the cache and all of that. That's just my own stuff. CMake, yeah. Yeah, a lot of people don't like CMake. I will say that CMake is kind of a pain to set up, and CMake is kind of a pain to make any sort of big changes, because the CMake language is just like retarded, truly. But once you get it set up correctly, it's just a joy to use on a day-to-day basis. You know, adding new files, moving files around, having it pick up the correct changes. It just works beautifully. I've been contemplating moving to SharpMake, which is something that I've used at other companies. I haven't been like the one responsible for it though, so can't really speak to how nice that would be, but I'm thinking it would be nicer. But of course, in the future, where everything is good, everyone is just using Zig, right? Or Jai, or something else, where like the build system is the actual language itself. We can all be happy. All right, let's create some grass here. I feel like we've done enough here to like mess with this terrain now. Where should the grass go though? Like where should the center go? Because you need to like position this grass. You need to know how big of an area you want covered with grass. Use one object for this whole area. So we're gonna want to put grass basically on this level here, and maybe a little bit on top of it as well. I don't know. That might have to be with another grass object, and I can show you why in a little bit. Yeah, 30 is probably fine, but that needs to be wider or deeper, whatever. So maybe 200. Yeah, that covers the area handsomely. Then maybe we kind of want the cell grid to sort of reflect that. So what if we use like, maybe actually just like 4? So now we have them sort of square sized. If we make it taller, then we can even put grass on top of that mountain, but I don't think we'll want that. It's not something that the player's gonna see anyway. Mostly 100% Zig build for tides, yeah. Yep. Yep. Yeah, the CMake CMake language is kind of like ridiculous. I have kind of a love-hate relationship with it because like the CMake language is, and I think this is something that they've actually stated publicly on their in some blog post or something, that they wanted to make their own language so that they don't have to, you know, care about language versions. If they used like Python or something, then they would have to be wary of like different Python versions and all of that stuff. And that is true. Like like the newest CMake builds like a CMake script from you know the beginning of the millennium. It still works. But on the other hand, the implementation is just absolutely crazy. So the way CMake, the language parser, works is that it's a state machine, and all of the statements and all of the expressions and all of basically everything, every construct in the language is like a command that sets some state. And so there are no like true statements or expressions or anything, as far as I know at least. And that means that sometimes like the error messages are just bonkers because like the state machine only knows so much about what you were trying to do. CMake is not backwards compatible. Oh really? I could have sworn it was. I could have sworn I've actually built really old code, but if you say it is, then I'm sure you're right. All right, you actually, yeah, you set like a version number in the beginning of the file, right? That probably has something to do with like what you actually need. Yeah, it might be like one way. It might be compatible one way, like, you know, all the binaries with newer code or newer binaries with older code. I don't remember, but like I've read something like that. But yeah, you clearly know more than me. I shouldn't claim anything I clearly don't know about. Okay, let's paint some grass. For grass painting, since the grass is green, I typically use the material that you see all over the place, but it can be kind of tricky to actually see what you're doing. So I have this sort of weird looking highlight material here, which we can have a look at. Looks like this. It's like this blue blob that gets painted. And we can see that we can't actually paint on top of this mesh now, because we haven't set the grass to actually be blocked by this mesh. So we just need to take that full path and mark it as one of the blocking objects. Now we can see, now we can paint on top of it. We also need to mark this, which we should probably give a better name, right? What should we call this? Grass. Let's call it like ground mesh. Let's call it hack ground mesh, because hack is what it is, for being honest. It's just a hack that allows me to not have to create a third terrain over there. Alright, so here we can see that now the terrain tessellation is clearly sort of visible here. Can probably... Yeah, this is a little wonky and strange. But let's not have that, so I'm gonna have to up the tessellation a little bit. That gives us better results. So like if we force the wireframe, we can see now that like within one cell we now have 12 quads, and a cell is of course like this thing that we looked at earlier. Like this is a cell. Within a cell we now have 12 quads in all directions, or in both directions, I should say. And that's fine. So let's just start painting. And so what I typically do is I paint just like this kind of amorphous blob everywhere where I want grass. Just that I have sort of roughly the shape and the area covered that I know I will want to have grass in. And then I switch to the actual grass material, which in some cases just makes it a lot more difficult to see where grass actually is. And then you can start painting and tweaking and fixing so that it looks nice. But it makes sense to just like do a quick sort of large scale pass grass like this. Yeah, and these kinds of things, this is again the tessellation here. Don't necessarily need to worry about those aren't all that visible when we actually have the proper material. You can see the LOD distances changing. That's why you somehow have these borders here. And especially now this area where we have this mesh covering the ground, we will probably want to have just lots and lots of grass. Because we can't paint it with the terrain painting tools. We can of course just paint the mesh if we want to, like in a texture or a material of some sort. But I don't think I'm gonna want to put any time into it here. If it was possible to paint with the terrain paint tools, then sure. But I'm not gonna put any time into it here in this sort of out of the way place. This lower section here is a different mesh, which is why it doesn't go on top of it, because we have it marked as a blocking object, and indeed we don't want to mark it as a blocking object in this case. The most important section is probably the one that is closest to the actual player critical path, right? So we need to make sure that this looks nice here. That's also one reason why I just chose to go with a mesh there, because we have the terrain here. We can just paint and color this area that is typically visible from where the player is quite easily. And here's it sort of tries to jump to this, because this higher level here is part of the same mesh as the lower level. It just tries to jump there because we have the mesh set as blocking. That's the problem with using this like really large meshes that get that sort of wonky behavior. Yeah, just painting like grass basically everywhere, and then subtracting to make it look nice. That's typically how I do it. Yeah, how's the Tides of Revival project going? I've been meaning to ask for some time how it's going. It would be nice to have more Zig games around. To be fair, I haven't really spent a lot of time in the Zig Gaming Discord channel lately. So maybe you've done some cool things there, or shown some cool things there. Working on the procedural world generation. Hey, cool. Improving the terrain, atmosphere, and water shading. Hey, that sounds like me when I built Project Slide, which of course never really released. A lot of that work went into doing this. Yeah. There is it's no sort of, it's not by happenstance that I just spend actually quite a lot of time on like the atmosphere and the world, the look of this level, compared to just working on gameplay, because I feel like that is something that I want like one main focus of this game to be, to just like have an awesome atmosphere. Okay, so now that we have this kind of covered, now we can change to the grass texture, or grass material. And now we can see that, okay, we have this area covered in grass more or less. Might want to work on these fall-offs a little bit. This just ends very abruptly. Of course, we need it to go kind of like almost to the very edge of this if we wanted to sort of cover this edge here where the terrain ends and the mesh begins. And there is, again, it's trying to jump up here, so we should probably leave a little bit of empty there. Now, as we are here in the front of the place, we can use terrain painting. Let's do like sand, I think. Let's paint a bit of sand on this. And you can also see the grass adapting to that color, which I think is kind of nice. Let's add a quick access key for this so that we can access it quickly. If that makes sense. I'm just gonna control the amount of grass a little bit here, close to this. Like so. It will go in and use the darkener. Just paint a little bit of irregularities here in the color in this grass. So now we're actually darkening the terrain, but with grass that's this thick, you mainly see it in the actual grass. But you can actually darken and brighten the grass itself, which is probably something we'll want to do here to make it fit better into this place and fit together better with the edge mesh. don't necessarily want to make it like a spotty though. So, well, it is a little spotty, but not like obviously spotty. A little bit of gravel maybe. Basically just like color the grass. Make it less of a monotonous green. Alright, so let's go into the grass here and do light intensity painting. Just very, very slightly darker this front here. You can see that we're basically just erasing this hard edge here almost completely. Here's a nice screenshot. I'm afraid I don't see any screenshots, but if it's the case that you can't actually post it here, then I might have to change some settings somewhere, I guess. But wink wink, you can post it into the Discord if you want to, yes. Unless that's actually what you've already done and I'm just making a fool of myself by not looking there. What? What is that? Oh, hey. We have a situation going. Anyone care to venture what's going on? Yeah, you can see a little bit of road here. You can see a little bit of road. There's another piece of road. Yeah, I think that's like this place. You can see reflected there. I think what I did like at some point earlier is I made it so that the grass always samples the terrain color map. And the terrain color map is of course not rendered for this because this is not a terrain. Yeah, you can see it's only visible in the grass. It's not visible on the ground. So what we would need to do here is actually render this grass with a material that doesn't sample the terrain color map. Right, this is a... Oh, no, okay, it's right here, yeah. Shell grass basis node material. Let's have a look. Oh, it's a link on... I don't know what... Is that blue sky? I guess that's blue sky. Right, so we have the pattern texture. We have the terrain color map is right there. Right. Yeah, okay. That's silly. That's stupid. That's silly and stupid. So obviously we can't sample the terrain color map on something that's used on top of a place where there is no terrain. Terrain color map UVs. I think that's probably a custom node. Yeah, it's this one here. Let's have a look at that one. So what can we do about this? Well, we can do many things. But what should we do about this? Custom function nodes. Transform, it's not here apparently, it's probably in the game then. Game. Shaders, custom function nodes. Terrain color map UVs, there we go. Right, okay, so that node is simple. It just calls get terrain color map coordinates. And get terrain color map coordinates is, I think, just like a lerp in world space, world XZ space. And that means that, if we just accept this, yes, thank you very much. That means that it would just like, almost sort of like a texture addressing mode, you know, where you have like wrap or mirror or whatever. It somehow kind of maps those coordinates outside of the place where the terrain map is rendered. You can see the terrain map is a terrain color map. It's actually rendered on the fly in the background. So that's why, like, as I rotate the camera, you can see the thing actually sort of change here, depending on where I am and which direction I'm looking in. Okay, so that's the bug. That's the bug. What do we do about the bug? That is the question. Like the obvious thing here would be to just like put in another terrain there, and we could do that. It's not really a problem. It's just like I would like to avoid that if possible, because it's very unlikely that someone will actually drive there. And maybe not very unlikely, but it's just a side thing here. And it would be kind of annoying to have to put in a terrain just for that. You can clearly see here where the terrain actually ends, like under this cliff. It's right here. Can we actually make that so that it just like sort of clips it? That could be kind of nice. See if we go to bases and shaders, terrain, terrain color map maybe. Oh, what am I doing? Terrain color map. Ah, you know what? It's actually probably in the scene data, right? Terrain color map bounds is right there. Calculate tessellation factor. All right, are we gonna have to actually search for that? I think we have to. So the function that it's calling, what was that? That was, well, did I lose that particular window? Oh, it's right there. Get terrain color map coordinates. Right, so we can use that, and we can just do H files and HLSL files. I think that's probably it. Okay, so it's lighting scene. Okay. Right, okay, so this should already be actually probably clamped. I think the problem here is that the way we actually sample this texture is using like repeat or something. That makes sense. Oop, that's not what I wanted to do. We do have a sampler though, texture sampler, but might not have like, yeah, we have linear clamp, but we do want to actually anisotropically clamp that thing. But what if we don't do it for that? Let's make a copy of this material. So save as, and let's save this in. And maybe we can save it in the actual map refinery. And we don't have any. We have materials here. Okay. So let's call this like hack ground grass, something like that, and we'll just make that use linear clamp. Or is it anisotropic black border maybe? Would that make sense? That might make the grass black, but it also just might make it so that we're actually not... Yeah, we're multiplying it, so that will make it black, I think. Let's use linear clamp and see what that gives us instead. And then here we can do hack ground grass. Still the same thing. So we can of course, like, you know, not do that and just take that away, multiply by 1. All right. That was maybe not exactly what I had in mind. Yeah, we need to put in like a color here. Jesus, this is so bright, like everything else is just going dark. Oh. It's radioactive grass. Let's copy the default grass. I can copy it like this. Take that out of there. Use a color vector. You can copy it in there. Plug that in. All right. Now our radioactive grass will go away, and now we have just grass. Very simple. It's a little boring. Can't deny that it's a little boring, but we can of course still paint the brightness that comes from the grass itself. Maybe that's how we'll do it for now. I'm gonna have to think about how I want this grass to actually work. Yeah, we can still paint the make it brighter or darker. Yeah, I think that will probably work, to be honest, but I'm gonna have to have a think about how I actually want this to be colored properly. Or colored at all, in fact. And what this means is that we don't want to have like lots of grass in the areas where we color the terrain differently up on this, just on this very plateau here, right? Because the color won't assume the color of, or the grass won't assume the color of the underlying terrain. It's just how it is. All this to avoid just creating another terrain. Maybe I should just do it. I don't know. We'll see. I bet most players will just like drive past this place anyway, so I'm not anticipating like a huge loss because of this. Probably want to put in some like rocks and things here though. A few more trees. Maybe we'll actually want to do something interesting here, like something that's not grassy, like a small sand pit or something. Give this place a little more, sort of, something a little more interesting. Just for variation's sake. Probably also some decorations, rocks and things. Decorations, of course, being like a very sort of technical thing in this sense, not just like the general idea of a decoration, but like a decoration in the Basis engine is like a lightweight game object like thing. It is an actual game object in the editor, but it just falls down to basically a mesh texture and a world matrix in the game to transform. So you can have lots and lots of them without tanking performance or memory or anything. They can't be referred to, they can't have collisions currently even. Although that's something that could be added if we wanted to. Right, here we have one more of these cases. Need to adjust the mesh a little bit. Let's do that. What did we call it? Something like hack ground mesh, yeah. Just up that a little bit. Yeah, you can even see it quite clearly here that something's not right. And there we go. That's actually probably not what I want to do. I want to do that. Right, this edge here will be tricky to just hide completely. because just like we looked at earlier, the terrain is so steep here that it's kind of tricky to actually get grass all the way out on it, but we'll try, see what happens. Yeah, so this is what happens. You have grass in the air. Right. Yeah. Starting to come together. I mean, this area doesn't need to be that interesting that people go like, oh, that's cool, I want to go drive there. It's more like just supposed to sit here in the background and look generally nice. I think we're approaching that somewhat rapidly. Okay, save the level. Let's make that sand pit that we spoke of. The sand pit needs to be made in a place where we actually have terrain, so that would be like right about here. So let's maybe start with painting some sand. How about that? Right around here, maybe? Yeah, and the grass is not getting the color because this grass is using the same hacky material that we did. That's fine. Simply take it away. And I want kind of a long fall off for this. Just look ass until we actually add some height variations and things like that to it, for sure. Alright, start with that and then we'll do a little bit of digging. Oh, there's some grass still there. Let's take that away. It's gonna be super distracting otherwise. I should probably have a plan for this, otherwise it's going to look strange. My plan probably involves like a rock and a tree or two, as they typically do. Let's see, where's the end of? There's the end of. Take a rock, place it there. Now this is still stuff that the player might run into, so we need to have collisions enabled for this guy, as well as for any trees that we place here. Might still be someone lifting their vehicle up here and driving around. So worth keeping in mind. Alright, what kind of tree would fit here? Is this good? It looks a little out of place. Kind of like these trees, but they can be tricky to get to actually fit. I think we're just going to go with like a couple of small spruces here. Let's do a green one. Put it maybe there. Yellow Christmas tree like thing. Just scale it down and like make it point in the other direction. Then we take some of these rocks. These are now decorations. So they are typically painted with like another tool than just like placing a game object. There's this paint decorations tool, which snaps differently to things like the ground, and also like sets the orientation differently compared to other objects. Like so, you can see them actually sort of fade away when we go too far from them. They typically have like a lower drawing distance than normal game objects, so that we can have lots and lots of them. Yeah, all right. Use the alternative sand as well. This is a bit redder. Yeah, you don't want to paint like too deep into the grass now here. It's a little annoying, like the grass is set to handle this sort of thing. But currently we can't do it because we're not above a piece of terrain. So normally this is not even a problem, even if your grass is not sitting on a terrain. As long as it is above a terrain, there's like a terrain somewhere below the mesh that you are in, and it's fine. But not here, because this is such a special place. All right. Yeah. A little bit of darkening here. Why not? And let's put like some more rocks and things here on this. We can't like paint this now, like I've said like probably 5 times already, but we can still put things on it. So there, for example, make a little space, put just like one of these flat rocks here. Probably look all right. Maybe we'll put 2 of them, and we'll put like one. Oh, this now goes, let's see. So these are typically placed in the other parent. To be honest, it doesn't really matter. That's just how I've done it in this level. Might actually not do that in the next level, because it's not super important to group objects like that, but that's how I've done it here for some reason. Right, move them down like so. Maybe even put this, like turn it on its head. Is that cooler? Doesn't necessarily matter all that much. Yeah, that's probably fine. And maybe erase just a little bit of this grass here under it, so it's not that much just intersecting the rock itself. All right, that's good. Maybe some rock collections. Where is now the? I think the yeah, new object placement on closest object or on terrain. Well, we don't have a terrain here. We can set the ground decorations layer by default. You can see that this is not auto-loaded. This doesn't have like a lightning bolt, so if this contained just normal game objects, those objects wouldn't be loaded. But because there are decorations, they actually have like a special decoration export step sort of thing, which is how they still end up in the game. If we don't place things on the terrain, you can still place decorations, but you need to place them just as like normal game objects in this case. And then we can place them directly on this mesh rather than on the ground, and they will work just as any old decoration. Okay, cool. And we can even fake a little bit of SSAO here by, I mean, this will be light mapped, so this will be darkened a little bit. So let's darken this grass just ever so slightly around these guys. A little bit of fake AO, and that looks good. All right. Something like that. Okay, what do you say we put in some more trees here? How would that go? That's rocks, that's trees. I want a few more trees here. This sort of a strange rock formation. I wanted to try it out. Not sure it looks super good, but it's probably good enough. Good enough to be shippable. Which is my principle with lots of things these days. We have a little bit of flying grass. Let's get rid of that. Like so. And this will look nicer when this is light mapped than when we have light pros here. Now it kind of looks a little flat. Not to worry. That will get sorted out. Yeah. But there should be just like an honest to god rock there, not just a decorational rock. Alright, like that. Yeah, that already makes it jump up there, so we can't have that. Okay. That's probably fine. Finished a primitive tag-based file concat to this. All right. Cool. a little more grass here, maybe. Careful with that again. Yeah, so we could actually put just grass on top of this. Maybe that is actually what we should do, because this covers this area. Let's see what that looks like. Just more strength to my brush here. For some reason I figured it would be a good idea to have like a hole in it and have the terrain poke through here. I'm not so sure that's actually anything that we benefit from, but we'll see. It is possible that I will just remove this and just like fill in that hole there in the mesh. All right. Nope. Careful with flying grass again. Yeah. I guess that kind of works. At least it gives it like a little bit of a silhouette there. Especially if you put it like in this, along this edge, then it's actually visible to the player, you know, that's something that's kind of nice. If the player can actually see it. Otherwise you're just wasting texture space. Yeah, something like that. Take away a little bit of this here and just put like a rock and a tree there. Just smack in the middle. So this would be like a place where it wouldn't be like a whole bunch of really tall trees probably, because it's like the wind-swept plains are out there. So let's keep that in mind. The wind-swept plains. An inhospitable place for trees in general. Now this place is kind of like, I was thinking at some point that I might put like a power cell here for the player to find. Maybe I'll still do that, I don't know. This is still, or currently, this is currently kind of boring. There's not really anything here. Oh, again, we have that in the wrong folder there. I need to make it easier to move these things between different parents. But for now, I'm going to activate that and just put in maybe a yellow spruce right there. Make it 1.5. And yeah, the background decorations in this level, perhaps even in this game, but at least in this level, they typically consist of rocks and trees. That's why we have lots of rocks and trees. So if you don't enjoy rocks and or trees, then maybe this is not that interesting content for you. But that's how it is. Pretty soon I will do decoration passes on both the lift station and the refinery, and in those streams there will be more sort of human man-made stuff. That yeah, I'm gonna put like a whole bunch of effort into this area because it is quite simply sort of like the backwaters of this whole level. Okay, so here's like a taller cliff. I think we should put maybe one taller tree here. Maybe we'll make it one of those, actually. There, put it there, and just scale it up. Like background objects are things that are at least sort of mostly in the background. My philosophy is that you can just scale them up quite a bit without losing too much sleep over it. That's maybe a little too big. No, that's okay. Right. How about that? Yeah, and of course, like we could also paint grass on this. I'm just like not gonna bother. No one should get up there. I mean, sooner or later someone's gonna go up there. I don't think you can even. You probably can't even drive on that thing currently. I think that's how the material is actually set up. So it's clearly sort of out of bounds from, at least from the game's perspective. It's like you're not supposed to be there. What are you doing there? Ground decorations. Let's put in some of these collections here still. Maybe that one. I think use the third one the most. I think it looks the nicest. Quite simply. Yeah, this one's a little annoying since it is like in a straight row. Somehow it looks unnatural. Luckily you can just rotate it a little bit. I think that already makes it look more natural somehow. Right, this is a perfect place for a small tree. What do we do this time? What do we have here? We have like reds and greens. Mostly greens. Let's do another green. Oh yeah, it can be kind of tricky to realize how much attention to detail to put into a place like this, because this is sort of like technically out of bounds, or technically out of bounds is maybe not correct, but it's for all practical purposes it is out of bounds. And so if it was truly out of bounds, I wouldn't put even this much effort into it. But since the player can actually be lifted up here, you want to put a little bit of effort into it. Let's actually try this out. Out-of-bounds stuff is one of my favorite things to work on. Yeah, it is its whole thing of its own. I don't know how to speak. It's a whole thing of its own with out-of-bounds stuff. Like one of my favorite things on YouTube is like Boundary Break. If you guys have seen that show. Which is not really like necessarily designed things, just things that happen to be in video games. But to me it's fascinating to see, you know, games where lots of games have these sort of mystery cubes that just happen to have like a be like host for a script or something, right? Yeah, let's actually do this thing now. We are carrying the scout. Just make sure this actually works. Carrying the scout. Let's drive up there and see what happens when we lift this thing up onto the plateau. So I'm expecting one wonkiness in the sense that after we drive off the terrain, I expect the tire tracks to not appear anymore after the scout. Tire tracks from the scout probably won't appear, or they will appear somehow incorrectly, but I'm thinking they probably actually just won't appear. Let's see how that goes. Because the tire track system is somewhat not necessarily sort of hard coded, but it kind of works out of the box with just the terrain currently, if I remember correctly. So if we just driving into it. Yeah, it's not even difficult to get up here anymore. I think this used to be higher, but I kind of want this place to be like a place where the player can just drive with the scout and basically just look at the scenery, essentially. But okay, here we are. So yeah, you can see no tire tracks. If we drive here, suddenly we get tire tracks. There's a little bit of flying grass. Need to fix that. So no tire tracks, and probably also no. Oh no, actually we do get particle systems, because the particle systems are triggered from the terrain or the underlying material. Yeah. So particle systems do get. This is a very strange, like a liminal space. Yeah, this gives me pretty strong liminal space vibes. Something's off about this place. I probably need to put something up here. Of course, like one major gameplay goal in the demo is to actually find all the power cells needed to power up the elevator there, the lift station. So maybe we'll put a power cell here, hide it somewhere. But okay, this works. Cool. A little bit of flying grass there. Gonna have to fix that. Is there anything else that's stupid? many things that are kind of a little strange, but that's fine. Can actually drive onto this. It is, yeah, people are gonna make it up there, I'm sure. There is an excellent YouTube channel called oh, morning Aku, welcome back. It's not really morning for you though, isn't it? It's more like afternoon. Or did you just wake up? Anyway, regardless, there's an excellent YouTube channel called Any Austin. And Any Austin specializes in these really strange videos, like figuring out the unemployment rate of a village in Skyrim, or where all the rivers run in Hyrule and things like this. And he has these like really chill videos where he just like walks slowly along like a river in you know, Skyrim or Zelda or GTA or something, and just like talks about all the things that the people have put into the game. And I appreciate his videos a lot. Some of them are just like very like bordering on boring, but a lot of them are just like kind of fascinating things. I really need to paint some dirt on the mother vehicle's underside. It's way too clean. It does look cool, but it's way too clean. It needs a lot more like rust and dirt and crap. But yeah, Any Austin, check him out if you're into like out of bounds things and just like weird back alleys in games. He's the master of that sort of thing. Coolio. How much work should I still put into this area? Probably not that much. Morning is a state of mind. Well, yes. Now you're speaking my language. Oh, that's maybe a bit too much. Let's bring the strength down to minimum. Remove some of this flying grass here. Like so. Fix a little of this light intensity. I'm gonna have to go through this when I get this level light mapped. I'm gonna have to go through and fix this up anyway, but it's like a somewhat decent base state of lighting tweak fixing ups. All right. I think this is starting to look pretty decent. Again, considering it's kind of the back alley of the level. I think we can probably live with this. I think I want some more things actually here outside of this though. If you're looking at this from here, I did fix up the mesh to sort of flow kind of nicely into the Great Plain there, which is not actually all that easy because these things are rendered on different render passes. But now if you are standing here and just looking at that place there, it kind of looks like it's flowing into the level. That's pretty cool, but I think we will want some more decorations there as well. Yeah. And then probably something up here. Yeah, this clearly needs a little bit of something. I don't think we're gonna paint any grass there, but like just this thing here is not very beautiful. So let's put like a rock there, maybe a tree. That'll be fine. What else? Something here maybe. And I think we actually want to put something up here as well. But yeah, we'll see. See about that as well. Coolio. I think I need more coffee. So I'm gonna take a quick coffee break. Well, not coffee break, but coffee making break. So quick break. Oh, what's going on? That's not what I wanted. That's what I wanted. Yeah. 10-minute break. Don't fall asleep. Put on some coffee or tea yourselves, and I'll see you in a bit. Alright, we are back. I love that you just bring up images for these things. Yeah, it's my low effort way. Yeah, I have a few. What do we have? Lunch break, quick break, stream starting soon, and then I have like a Zig branded thing at some point. Yeah. Yeah, then there's the actual work file for them. If I need to make more. I mean, you could have like all kinds of fancy stream overlays, animations, and chats and everything. That's fun. But yeah, here we go. I can just hello. Well, yeah, I just do it like that. It works. In the very beginning, when I started streaming, I actually just like wrote things on the ground in the level editor. When this wasn't textured or anything. But now I don't want to mess up my levels. Sometimes I hallucinate the lines in the background moving. I assure you they're not moving. I have thought about actually animating them though, right? We have the go to Moho. Yeah, not now. It's fine. There's the intro animation for the game, which you may have seen. It's not that. That's not it. But where is it? Image sequence. That's confusing. Let's see. Let's find it. Here we go. Animated logo, but it's not none of these guys actually. It's probably here then. Intro animation, yeah, that looks like it. Yeah, this thing, which is quite long actually. But this thing has like this sort of effect, which you can sort of see here against this background here. These are super pixelated. This is actually using vector graphics, but this preview just is pixelating them. I've been thinking about doing something like this, where they get sort of zoomed. You could just make like a pulsating thing like this or something. But that would of course just mean that I would have a video file that I put in looping or something. I don't know. Yeah. Woo. Woo. Anyway. That would be that. Okay. So, I want to put in like a thing or two here just to make this, flesh this out a little bit more. And I'm getting a phone call, 1 second. Alright, sorry about that. Quick phone call there. Let's see. You need a cool splash screen for the engine as well. Yeah, this thing actually contains a little bit of a... it has just like this. And this is actually... it kind of goes together with the music. So... like the music is kind of... well, the music actually came first. But the rhythm and sort of tempo of this whole animation is sort of done to the music. So there is a slightly ominous... It's not ominous. It's beautiful. Few tones that are played. All right. Let's see. Where were we? So this plays now. I actually just put a blocker here, so you can't actually drive. You can drive, like lift someone over this, but you can't actually progress further than that, at least currently. That means that we can just put like a rock here, but we don't actually need to have any collisions with things out here, right? Put a rock. That looks weird. That's wonky. That is very wonky. That's maybe better. We should probably have something out on the plane as well, but I need like special object types for those. Because again, they're using a completely different render pass. So I need another material. Actually, I can just use the same object, I just need to override the material. You can just override any material here. Just set it from here. Blue. And then we have a blue rock, so that's actually... yeah, I just need a special material for them. Is what I need. Needs more bling on the logo. Yeah, see, if you make it bling, then it's not cool anymore. People make it bling to make it cool, but actually what they're doing is that they're making it less cool. If they make it more bling. That's too large. At least that's how I feel. If you feel like it needs more bling, then you make your engine splash more bling. But I feel like this engine is anything but bling. Actually, I was planning to call this engine the Humble engine until I realized that actually there is a Humble engine out there, and then I was like, okay, it's not gonna be the Humble engine, but I still feel it's kind of humble in many ways. Making them like slightly slanted in this way, so that like when the strong winds arrive from the plains, then they blow in this direction. Something. Right. See those in that direction. That looks wonky. Wonky AF. this is actually still on the terrain, which means that we could like paint and dig and do all kinds of things here. We're kind of close to the edge of the terrain, but we are still on the terrain here. So maybe I'll do something fun, for some definition of fun. Right, we don't have all the materials here. Like the main terrain, which is this big one here, it uses 8 materials. It's a special shader. It's not a special, but it's a shader that has 8 materials. In fact, I only use 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 3 unused slots there if I want to paint something super crazy. But this other one has only 4. It's just using a more toned down shader. I could change it, of course, but I don't think I will need to. So we basically have gravel and sand. Maybe paint some sand here. My base friend prepare group Discord. YouTube channel is dar Discord page. See, if you type like that, then I'm kind of conditioned to think that you're just spamming, and indeed that might be the case. But if you're not spamming and you actually have some interesting things to say, then you're gonna have to maybe look at your spelling a little more. I need my icons to see what's what. There's the grass object covering this area. So we get the grass silhouette there showing from where the player could actually look. Oh, we're sitting on like right on the corner of it, yeah. Yeah, the corner is actually right here in front of the thing. That's fine. That is where I want the grass. Yeah, speaking of weird spelling, I ran into like a very strange issue with, maybe it wasn't a strange issue, maybe it was just me being bad, but I had a problem with creating new streams where it would just like go into like an automatically created stream. Hey Matt, what's up? Doing some decorations this time around. Yeah, it would create just an automatically created stream. It would say something like automatically created by YouTube Studio or something like that. And normally when I create like go live, I go straight into the like the scheduled stream stuff. And so I was very confused, and I asked like the YouTube tech support thing, hey, what's going on? And it was very confusing because like I was thinking like, is this a real person? Like their name was like Andrea or something like that. I was like, hello, this is Andrea helping. How can I help you today? I was like, that's strange, because you had to go like into a queue to wait for your turn. It didn't take very long. And I was like, what? This can't be. I can't actually have like an actual person helping out here. This is awesome. If it is in fact the case. Of course, it wasn't the case, because like I told them that okay, I have some problems setting up my stream. I can't go into the wizard, and then it was like, oh, I see you have some problems getting into the stream, and you can't set up your wizard. I was like, yeah, okay, well, you just string copied my answer. Like no human speaks like that. Of course, then I found the problem, and they weren't able to help me at all. But I was hopeful for a bit that they would actually have a person working at Google, but seems like that That was too much to ask. Alright, that looks cool. Now I think these trees here look kind of ass. This looks kind of nice and weathered when they're sort of slanted like that. Right. And then if you're standing here, how far can you actually get? There's the blocker. The blocker allows you to come about here. Of course, you can't see like a whole lot over that pipeline there. You can almost come here and stand here and look over in that direction. How's today's progress? Today's progress is, or shall we say this week's progress is pretty good, in the sense that I've just done like a whole bunch of cliffs. You can see here, all the cliffs around the edge of the level are now textured. First of all, they're like cleaned up. I probably deleted like 10,000 faces or something combined in all of these cliffs. So we have some sort of decoration going on all along the edge of the level now, and we still don't have the cliffs here in the refinery, and also there are some untextured cliffs here in the elevator station, lift station. But yeah, I'm pushing kind of hard. I've been sort of crunching almost all this week trying to get this done now, because I want this environment to be in a pretty good shape pretty soon, so that I can then just spend the rest of well, almost the rest of this year, not quite this year, I have some other work commitments, but the rest of the time that I have allotted to this game this year, I can then spend on you know, this critical path. So, you know, fixing up this lift station, fixing up the refinery, and fixing up all the other things that aren't directly content. Google CEO did say that 25% of new code they commit is now AI written. That's horrible if that's the case. 25% is AI written. That's horrible. That can't be true, or maybe it can. I don't know. That's crazy. Yeah, to be fair, I definitely did not expect to reach an actual person with my silly little support request. That's why I was so surprised in the beginning. But I guess I just haven't used those things enough to, like, you know, default to thinking that it was an AI. But of course it wasn't an AI. Or not necessarily an AI, it was probably like a chatbot. Alright, well, at least it's reviewed by engineers. I still think that's quite horrible, though, to be honest. And of course it depends on what kind of AI it is. Not all AIs are bad. It's just like the AI is so freaking like, it's such a wide concept, right? Something is written by AI. What does that even mean? Like, there are a lot of like code generators. I mean, I even have written like 2 code generators for this very project that I'm working on. Of course, they're not AI, but they're like, it's software written by other software. So what does he mean when he says AI? Probably something completely different and more scary. I don't know. Yeah, I do realize that it's probably some sort of investor crap going on. Alright, does that now look a little out of place? I think it looks a little out of place. Of course, it's almost like a copy of what we did previously, so this is just bad in many ways. What we could do here, something I need to try. Jesus, I have difficulty selecting that other tree. Search for cliff. We have the large cliffs and we have the slightly less large cliffs. So some of these cliffs could actually be a pretty good fit for a place like this. Yeah, we can see that we can't place it like at the edge of that thing, because then again we have those two render passes sort of fighting there. But something like that could kind of work, and I think that works from a distance. The problem is if someone drives up here, then they see that, and then they're like, what is that? That's not great. Oh, we can see that from here. Yeah, we probably need to put a rock there. So the whole potted plant thing all over again. Although that's actually terrain, so we can actually lower that. Yeah. Let's lower this. I'm assuming it's actually just 25% or so of engineers using a code assistant that mostly just works as fancy autocomplete. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so AI hot take here coming up. I don't wish people would stop using AI, to be fair. Maybe not as much as they do today, but AI is kind of inevitable that we will start using AI. I wish people would stop talking about AI. That's what I wish, because many of these tools are very handy. Many of them have been around for a long time. And just like the idea of you have thing, and thing is this good, and then you add AI to thing, and thing magically gets 3 times better. That's just not true. In the majority of cases. Yeah, there might be 1 or 2 cases where it is true. But I wish, like, especially the bosses of these large companies that don't really even understand what they're talking about. They would just, be quiet about AI and just let the people who actually benefit from using AI or wouldn't even necessarily call it AI until we get to like John Carmack and his general AI stuff. But just like these code assistants, whether they're actually driven by some sort of language model or not, or whether they're just like, I don't know, clever hacks. Sure, use them if they help you. But like, I wish like bosses trying to impress investors would just stop talking about these things, because a lot of the time, there's nothing magical about them. They can be very handy, they can be very good. It's not a silver bullet. That's my take on AI. That's today's take on AI. I might have changed opinion tomorrow. You may now commence with your angry commenting and telling me how wrong I am. Yeah, it's a little obvious perhaps here that okay, we have 3 different things colliding here. We have the terrain, and you can see the edge of it there. Then you have the big great plain, and then you have this actual mesh. And they all have like slightly different looks. So I think we need to put at least something here in this place here where they actually meet. But other than that, I don't think I'm gonna bother. LLM-based AI is garbage, in my opinion. It has zero context awareness. Yeah, it has as much context awareness as the developers put in, so to speak, but it doesn't gain context awareness necessarily. I mean, I'm not an expert on AI by any stretch of the imagination. But as far as I know, like the model doesn't give it context awareness. It's kind of bolted onto it, as far as I know. And large language models aren't necessarily bad, but they're a tool for some very specific things, like languages, you know, natural languages. They can be just like scary good at doing things with natural languages, and that's just like awesome if you can, you know, just think of like a refugee arriving in another country and trying to like basically do anything without learning the language. If they have a phone and they can just AI translate things, it's like awesome. It might like literally save someone's life. So they definitely have their uses, but what I am against is just this idea of AI makes everything better. The more AI we have, the more money we're going to make. When in fact that's not true at all. It's like a construction company saying that the more hammers we have, the more money we're going to make. So everything needs to have a hammer. Everything needs to have a hammer attached to it. You know, the invoices we send to our customers when we build their houses, they need to have a hammer attached to them so that they are hammer powered. Does that look stupid? Well, not necessarily. Yeah. Right, so here we have a little bit of shadow coming through. Okay, so this is now the actual mesh. Okay. So since this is actually like UV unwrapped and all of that, we probably shouldn't actually mess with this all that much. I am, however, going to just lower that ever so slightly, so that it intersects with. We could raise this terrain here, but we can't actually raise a part of the big plane. Well, that's not true. We can do that, but there's like probably like 100 world units between its vertices, so it's much easier to raise this other thing. Let's do that instead. Or actually lower it. So that's why we don't want to do that yet. We want to lower it first, and then we want to see if we need to modify the terrain. Yeah, that's how we're going to do it. And it's a large cliff 8B. Yeah. So this whole thing here is like the large cliff 8. And I split it into 2 because it was so enormous. So let's go here. large cliff 8B. And it's in the work folder, so we don't actually see it there. Let's go in here. Large cliff 8. Large cliff 8. It's basically a world set on machine with statistic-based sentence generation with a little randomness salt. It's almost useless for dev work. Yeah. Yeah, I am of roughly the same impression as that. Indeed. But of course, I actually host this project on GitHub, so it's probably just my own fault if people train their AIs on my code. As far as I know. Should probably move it elsewhere, but who has the time? I don't know, maybe they don't do that on like a private repo, but I wouldn't count on it. Alright, let's see. Right, a little more. Ever so slightly more. There we go. Alright, so now there are no shadows coming through. Actually there is, but we can fix that with just lowering of this guy. There we go. Should we just for shits and giggles put some decorations here? They might not. Oh, they're actually visible. Nah, that's not. They don't do it on private repos, they say. Yeah. If you believe them. If you believe them, then that's another question. Or if I believe them, I should say. But yeah, hopefully that is how it is, because there's lots and lots of commercial closed source things on GitHub. Let them train. Today's AI dev takeover, tomorrow's high-paid maintenance work. Yeah, probably. Yeah, I don't know what I hate more, like AI, excessive AI use or crypto. Actually, I hate crypto more because there's still a little bit of use in AI. I kind of think crypto is the worst thing that has ever happened to anyone. Fortunately, I have never put any money into that, or I would be even more salty. Okay. Alright. Cool. I think we are probably somewhat done with this area for now. At least I don't really know what to put here. Maybe I don't really want to put anything there. I probably want to put some stuff out on the plane. But again, that's a different thing. I will want to decorate this area though a little bit. So let's turn our attention to this thing here. We can see some funky and wonky, and yeah, what the hell is this? Funkiness and wonkiness. Let's actually take this one and hide it. Assign that a hotkey so we can unhide it easily. Yeah, there's a little bit of funky stuff here. These are not really visible, but I typically try to even them out anyway, because sometimes they can be seen in like SSAO or shadow maps or something if there's like a leaky mesh. So let's do that. Now I want to be careful not to mess with that because it's actually visible there on the top of the cliff. Crypto is much more funny. I don't know, AI stuff can be pretty funny. I think that's one thing that AI is good for, to give you the occasional good laugh. Actually, that's not true. I just said that AI is... Like, true AI is one thing, of course, but if we're just thinking about like those tools, they can be useful for many things. But like the overall AI sort of scene can give you a good laugh, and sometimes some tools as well. But I don't generally find crypto funny at all. I just find it tragic and a big scam. I don't know why we got into these topics today. It wasn't necessarily my meaning, but here we are. I'm probably gonna get some angry comments about this from someone sooner or later, about why crypto is actually a very good thing. I'm raising the terrain here while still trying to make it so that it is not that obvious where the edge actually goes. It's a very, very relaxing stream. That's nice to hear. That's what I'm aiming for with these things. And that's also how I sort of choose what to do. I don't typically stream stuff that is likely to be very difficult to do or cause me a lot of grief. Instead, I'll just sit here and swear loudly in Finnish all by myself. Oh, there's like an actual kind of hard edge there. Yeah, okay. There's there's an honest pit there. We need to extend this a little bit. Shouldn't be any problem actually doing that. What sort of file format do you use to store levels? I store them in JSON. So there's a work folder, work format. There's a work format, and there is a runtime format. The work format is JSON, and it even actually stores some base 64 encoded binary data. That is the work format. So that is like this. You can see here, refinery blockout.basis level. Have a look at what that looks like. It's probably quite large at this point. Yeah, it's 23 megs. And then we export it, and it produces a runtime format, which is the bin level, binary level. So the basis level comes with a folder which has the same name, refinery_blockout, and then it has this postfix_binary data. and like this guy and that guy together kind of form the work format. So any binary data that I don't want to put in the basis level file, it goes into here. So we have the light maps, for example. We can even see. No, that's fine. Here's the light map. That's only a very small portion of the level so far is light mapped. Here, for example, is the house. So it's this one right here. Boom. And you can see the cliff right there next to it, and all of that. Then we have the layout. So this is just a texture array, a DDS file. This is the layout which tells the system where to actually put things. And there's a TXT file where you can actually like see which atlas, which coordinates, and then which object it corresponds to. So this is just debug data. It's not used by the actual system. Just if you are trying to debug something. Then you have the nav meshes. This is kind of like this is output from recast, and there's a little bit of extra custom header stuff in there as well, if I remember correctly. It's been years since I did that. Then we have the terrains. So that would be like the height map. And you can have 2 splat maps for a maximum of 8 materials. They're also stored in that. And then we have all the quick meshes. So if you create a new mesh and you edit it, it is stored conceptually in the level data, but it goes into this binary data folder, which is automatically created. So you shouldn't really need to mess around with things in here. The only thing this system doesn't do currently, it's kind of on my to-do list, but it's kind of rare, so I haven't really done it yet. But if we remove a quick mesh from the level, it doesn't actually go and delete these files. So that would be that. But then the actual level file is just a JSON file like this, and it's pretty huge, as you can see. So here's an object. Has a name, has a type, a position and rotation. This is sort of like historical stuff. So you can see actually that the position is exactly the same as this. There's one value here, which is this value, and this position. They are actually duplicated currently. That is because of how the engine was originally created. But typically you can have, maybe not typically, but you can, here we have some of the base 64 encoded stuff. That's probably the grass actually. But you can have a lot of exposed properties here, and then they just appear one after another. There's actually even the scripts are here. If we look at this here, so here's a script. That's actually that's an empty script. See if we can find something. Here we go. Here's a script that actually does something. So like the lift station main gate sliding door 1, right? That's one of these doors. And that one, no, that's sliding door 2, but this is sliding door 1. You can see that script that it has attached to it is here. And so it again has type, position, and rotation. Then it has a bunch of exposed properties. So the transform component has just the position. The transform animation has actually a lot of them, and the script is just stored here as an array of lines. And that's it. And then when you export the level, it just creates a bin level file, which is completely self-contained, or completely is maybe a misnomer, because of course it's still might load resources out of resource packs and all of that. But it combines all of these files that we looked at together with some things that are produced at runtime. Or not runtime, but export time. So when you export the level, it, for example, takes things like this path here and generates all the beziers and everything from that. So that's stuff that's not stored anywhere. It's just created and exported in the same way every time. So that's why if I hit Control E here and export the level, it actually takes a little bit of time to export this level. And yeah, it generates some textures and things like that. Those are the grass textures probably. I think that's most of it. Covers most of it. I've been meaning to make a new tool for myself for a number of years now. It's tricky enough that I haven't done it yet, but I would like a tool that would automatically align the terrain with meshes like this, so you wouldn't have to try to sort of match them yourself. It would just do that, and it can be done. I mean, I have some ideas how that could be done. I of course already have things like the terrain carvers that essentially does exactly that. You use a mesh to shape the terrain. It's just that, like, in most of these cases where I would actually just want it to snap to it, it might not even be possible with the resolution of the height map and all of that. I'm off to lunch, but thanks for a nice stream. You're very welcome. Good luck with the Tide stuff. Thanks for hanging out. Coding or reading STEM books to coding streams is pretty enjoyable. It expresses my ADHD boredom. Yeah, yeah. Whatever puts you in the correct state of mind is what you should do. That's not quite what I wanted. Yeah, I've been listening to a lot of just retro gaming podcast things lately while coding. Actually, perhaps not exactly coding, but doing things like this, where like you're using sort of a part of the brain that doesn't necessarily need to think about very complex and abstract things like code, but just sort of visually can determine, like, hey, is this good, is this not? At least I find myself being able to follow things like podcasts quite well when I do this sort of work, and I think that's probably sort of the same thing why I can do this kind of work and just talk to you guys. I don't think I could necessarily fix a bug in my physics API while talking to you people. Actually, I'm pretty certain I couldn't do that, because it uses a part of the brain that's sort of clashing with what you're doing. But this kind of thing, at least I can just talk and do good work still. And I kind of feel like talking is using a part of the brain, and then like doing the shaping of the terrain. It's just sort of happening in a background task somewhere. It doesn't require any sort of thinking. When cognitive load gets high, like debugging any sound becomes a huge annoyance. Depends. It depends very much. I tend to be a very sort of music-driven person. I tend to just like always listen to music, which is why I also have this background music going here, even though it's not necessarily the most enjoyable. At least after a few streams, you might want to find something not necessarily better, but just some different music. But I can't listen to any like new music, anything that like really requires me to think. That is true. It's not really like an annoyance, it's just like something that like it doesn't allow me to do any work there. So here is a thing. If you're standing here and you're looking out there, we can see the corner of the terrain overlapping with the plane there. That's not good. So we should lower this corner here quite a bit actually. It really doesn't need to be there at all. I need to pick a new playlist. Yeah, I have a couple of YouTube channels that have just like royalty-free music for streams, but I'm sure there are like 100 of them. So yeah, I know the solution. I just haven't gotten around to that. But yes, absolutely. In fact, this is probably a place where we could use a carver. This is kind of annoying to get like that end. So let's use a terrain carver here. Just make that 51 and 50. We get a nice plate here. Now we can just use this guy to carve away at the terrain. So you can carve and you can extrude. So now it should, if you click both, then it kind of fits the terrain exactly to that shape. All right. Needs to be. Wait a minute. Why doesn't? Oh, it doesn't do that because yeah, the center of the object needs to be on the terrain for that to work. Sort of a limitation that I have there. It even says it in the log. Video game soundtracks are awesome. Yes, absolutely. Just like we discussed on Discord the other day. I just can't use them on the stream. Yeah, like yeah, okay, yeah. You wouldn't believe how many playlists I have for my own use. That is just absolutely massive. But I'm talking about music on the streams. But yeah, for my own use, I just listen to absolutely everything. So this is a little strange. Why does it not carve that away? I think we're probably hitting some sort of edge here at the end of the world. You can see like a little bit of. Is that like a maybe like that's like the last pixel in the height map or something? That doesn't want to go away, quite simply. That works fine. The real reason to commission a soundtrack for a game early, yeah. Oh. Yeah, I actually have a soundtrack for this game. But you can only listen to it for so long. I will say though that oh, look at that. You know what that is? That is actually the end of, or the edge of the Great Plain. The Great Plain is, let's see, Plain 1. Oh, I do that with all my tools today, I don't know why. Plain 1, it's probably in a blueprint somewhere. Refinery level specific plane, yeah, it's this one. So Great Plain dot bin mesh map refinery plane. It's there, so again we don't see the Blender file here. It's going to work. Yeah, I was about to say that it is really nice when you're working on a larger game, like a, you know, like a proper game with at a studio, when you get the soundtrack, so you can just vibe to that. It's really nice. But of course, this game's soundtrack is a little more modest, shall we say. Still really good, made by my good friend Lasse, who is an actual honest-to-God musician. So it's good stuff. There's just like all kinds of like X-File things happening here at the edge of this, where we are where we have two objects with different render passes. My brain doesn't work today, I'm sorry. I can't even like click this thing because and select it like this, because it actually probably intersects this plane. You just can't see it. Like if I click there, I still can't click it. You can see here that the whole carver is actually below the surface of this big plane. It just looks like it is above it. So it gets kind of confusing to work like this. Carve. And now it works. I must have just had that. Since it's so difficult to tell, actually it's quite literally impossible to tell which thing is on top of another here. It is very difficult to actually arrange this properly. But yeah, it does work. Although the last pixel there again seems to... Is that like actually a bug or what is going on? Let's move that down a little bit. Carve. Oh, the thing is off the terrain again. Now it is at least not off the terrain. Yeah, it kind of looks like the carver doesn't pick up on that. Not sure why. At least you can flatten it out like that. And indeed, you probably want to... Oh, you know what? We've actually reached the lowest point of the terrain. Yeah, because this is a height map. It has a theoretical maximum and minimum point. We've actually just reached it here. Won't go any lower than this. Okay. That's a little stupid, but it's fine. At least that means that we've used the whole range. I think the maximum point is somewhere here. Like you can make this higher, but you can't actually make this higher. It won't go any higher. And of course you can set that range, what that should be. But I'm using 16-bit floats for the height, if I remember correctly. So it gives you sort of like the precision that you need. Perks of being a composer, you always get a soundtrack. Though most of my music probably would not be suitable to working to. Yeah. The thing with most music, you need a lot of to not. The thing with working music is that you need a lot of to not get repetitive. Yeah, I get what you mean. It's funny though. I've been doing quite a lot of audio work lately, even though there isn't like a whole lot of audio in this game yet, but I'm getting better at it. And my main gripe with doing audio work is that I can't listen to music while I work. It sounds silly, but since I'm very used to listen to music or a podcast or whatever, sort of grooving to something, the fact that I can't do that when I do audio work is like, I subconsciously go like, okay, so I'm opening my digital audio workstation, then I go like, okay, so which playlist do we put on today? And then I realized, of course I can't do that. I'm gonna need to listen to what I do. But my brain just goes there every time. It's a little silly. Does that look good? I think this is a place for some trees, but I'm not sure if we want like a proper collection here or not. In my opinion, audio can be some of the most fun, but also hardest stuff in game dev. I fully agree. I'm not gonna start ranking which is the hardest, but I will say that it is surprisingly tricky to get a good mix going if you're not experienced with that stuff. But at the same time, it just elevates the game to new heights. Absolutely. It's very cool. That looks kind of weird. There's too many. There are too many trees here. Let's not have that. Too many trees. Not good. I'm gonna put a rock here. Start with that. Smaller rock. Put it there. All right. So let's put a tall tree here. Scale it up ever so slightly. Rotate it ever so slightly. Put a rock collection there. Ever so slightly. And then we will put a smaller tree there. And I'm clearly the wrong parent again. Can I actually drop it there? Between those, that doesn't look like I can, and we have some rocks there also. That's a little silly. I am getting another phone call. Let's see what it's about. Alright, I'm a wanted man today. Let's see. Alright, that looks kind of nice. Trick is to do this with as few things as possible. Let's actually just disable the collisions for these, because I think if someone gets up here, then the least of our concerns is that these things lack collisions, because they will just fall through the ground if they drive a bit further. So no need to have that. Okay. Yeah, I have a plan for something to put there in the background that will be sort of awe-inspiring and breathtaking, at least on some level. I might not do that today. There's going to be a little bit of modeling involved in that. Right, I had some. There's a spruce in the rock folder. Let's move that off into its own place, and then I think we had some rocks in the spruce folder. Yeah, this is a little stupid. I should probably just have like an environment folder and I just throw everything into, because these things are not going to be loaded separately anyway. There we go. Trees. Yeah, those rocks, and just bring them down. Or I should have some like commands that allow me to like easily move them one parent up or something. That could be kind of handy. Righty-o. Righty-o then. So here we just have a hole. It's just a hole here. I haven't bothered with any back sides for these things. In particular to save UV space. So what does actually happen now if we put a tree here? Slightly behind this thing, just sort of poking through. Hello. I sort of just want to frame this so that to give it an impression that it's like a very wooded place. Maybe that's fine. Maybe we'll put another one up here. Just ever so slightly show its top there. Again, we can remove the collisions from there. From those. Actually, it's probably the same tree there, so let's put the other model there. Maybe have it slanted in that direction instead. And to be honest, I probably should have separate background tree models or types. We could even have imposters, or just like handmade imposters or something. We could place like 1,000 trees up there on the top there. That could be kind of nice. I haven't done that yet. I don't really have tech support for that, but that's kind of on my on my to-do list. Okay, that's cool. Let's see about some trees up here. Again, we'll just scale this up just kind of a lot. And that actually already looks kind of nice. I haven't rotated them at all, but that actually looks really nice. Let's leave them like that. That's fine. I'm just gonna override some of these to actually add some color here. Do like maybe a yellow. One of them yellow. Yeah. That'll do. And we'll want to have a rock in here and a small tree. Nothing more. So put a rock number 2 down there. Disable collisions for it. No need to encumber the broad face for things like this. It's fine, and then small tree. Yeah. So this whole thing here is supposed to be sort of like a window out onto the plane. There's no gameplay. Isn't necessarily any gameplay relevance to this thing. I've tried to actually put these trees here so that you can't drive the mother vehicle down there because you can't actually get it back up. So I'm hoping these trees and rocks prevent you from doing that. You can drive the scout down there. Well, both here and then obviously just down the road, and then you can get back up just without any problems. But if you manage to get the mother vehicle down here, then you can't get it back up at least easily. So that's that. But yeah, this is just supposed to be like a cool thing, and so there will be actually something here in the distance. There is sort of a point to putting a little bit of effort into this, but it's just kind of environmental storytelling. All right. So how are we doing? Let's play the game a little bit. Let's play. See what it feels like. So we don't actually have that many objects anymore here that are just made out of primitive shapes, and it's kind of nice. Like this pipeline here is much nicer now. That was of course the topic of last stream. This just looks kind of interesting and nice. So you can drive up here and then you realize, oh, okay, I can't easily get there. And then maybe later you can realize that, oh, I can actually get there with the mother vehicle. Here and hang around. This place is maybe a little empty. We could put a secret here. you wanted to. Like, it can be like a cape here or something. That could be interesting. And then you can drive up here. You can go. Oh, I can see so far. Yeah, this looks too sort of empty. This area. There's more trees for sure. I do not think that these trees that we have here now are necessarily the right object for that. Because they're so far away that we probably should have just like a low poly collection of trees. Maybe just a 2D sprite, some sort of imposter-like thing. And then we can sprinkle them all over that upper plateau. But yeah. Yeah, this is starting to look kind of decent. I'm gonna have to do a lighting pass and light map this properly and light probe it properly. You know, if you take away the debug HUD. Take away the actual HUD. I have to type it here. This could just be like some sort of looping video to this music feel. Those videos that you find on YouTube where it's just like peaceful, except there's something burning in the background. Oh, it looks kind of nice. Starting to look pretty nice. Yeah, probably more trees up here as well, up on this ridge. I did put some trees there on the here to the right, or the left. I don't know, left or right today. Now you can see some trees there. They are actually called away because they're so far away. Well, now I'm inside the rock here, but yeah, that's about as far from them as you can get. You can see them popping in there, so that's not nice. Yeah, those trees up there, they need to be different trees technically. They can still be the same kind of tree, but they need to be implemented differently on a technical level. Yeah. Alright, but hey, we can now just fly around here and we don't necessarily see any obvious graphical weirdnesses along the borders of, well, there's a little bit of a of backface culling, no, not backface culling, but far clip culling there. But you can't actually go here. At least not in the when the mission is on. I've seen Absu transition from menu into the game. I have played Absu. It was a very pleasant experience. I should probably replay it. I don't remember how it does the transition from menu menu into the game. I do have a transition from my intro animation, though, into the game. I don't know if you've seen that. From menu into the game, that's probably not gonna happen, just because of how the engine is implemented currently. There's a fair bit of stuff that happens when you click load game or start game in the menu. And so the menu would sort of have to be in the game if there was going to be some sort of transition. There is a transition from the intro animation though into the game, where the camera sort of flies through the text and into the scene, which I'm very proud of. I think it looks pretty cool. Of course, the intro scene is still very much work in progress, so the actual scene that you end up in doesn't look all that nice. What? I show you a scene in the current level. You're in the fades. I show you a scene in the current level you're in. The fades out the UI. Sorry, I don't quite understand what you mean. But of course there is I disabled my UI, that's why it's not showing. Let's turn it back on. There we go. There is sort of a small intro cinematic here. If we load the game. And this kind of flows together with the previous level. And this is sort of scripted here, but if I hold to the right, you can see that you can actually drive the car. At some point the car becomes drivable. So the idea is that you get sort of a nice transition from. This is kind of annoying, this rock here. I wonder if I should move that. I should perhaps move that somewhere. Well, then I should. Yeah, that rock has been added since I watched this last. But yeah, the idea is that you're arriving in this part of the world, and you get a little bit of exposition, just enough to actually tell you what to do and where to go. Got ahead of my embedded systems lesson. Thanks for the stream. No problem. Thanks for hanging around. Good luck with your lesson. Right, I'm willing to say that this thing posting in the chat is some sort of spam bot, because it's basically the same message that they posted earlier. So that's not nice. I will give you 5 minutes to explain yourself, otherwise you're gonna be put on a timeout. But I guess that's a sign that the channel is growing and get all kinds of things happening. But you're gonna want to be careful because like not everyone is for one reason or another capable of writing proper English, let's say. So I don't want to accidentally treat someone as a spam bot. But this tetea person seems to very much be. But if you're not, then let me know. Are you a robot or not? Yeah, things in the shadow of that dust cloud that look kind of flat. Still waiting for the light mapping there as well to take place. Right, I have a feeling I was meant to do something, but I can't remember exactly what it was. This guy again, yeah. I mean, I aim to very much keep these streams very friendly and chill and relaxed, so I don't want to like accidentally block someone who is in fact trying to say something. So I'm gonna err on the side of caution here. It does very much seem like some sort of spam bot to me though. Yeah, I said let's play the game. I indeed said that. I feel like I realized something while playing the game that hey, we should do that. I said something about those trees up there, but they're gonna need a little bit of tech work, I think. Might be something that I do after the demo. I'm gonna want to get out the demo kind of soon. I want to have people play this thing. So maybe I will just have to sprinkle some trees there for now and call it a day. But that's not what I was thinking. I was thinking of something else. What was it? Maybe it was just something that I saw and I didn't really comment on. Righty-o. Right, so let's look at this Abzu thing that you mentioned. Let's see what's what. So, from menu into the game, you said. See, can we just, I don't know. Oh, there's the menu. Okay, so we can apparently see the menu. Right, so it just goes away, and then the camera dives down. Is that it? That is indeed a pretty cool transition. Yeah, what is Abzu running on? Is it like a custom engine? What are they doing? Oh, it's Unreal Engine, okay. Unreal Engine 4, apparently. Yeah, that's nice. I mean, it's it might seem like a tricky thing to do. Of course, it's not necessarily very tricky to do. You just have like a large, I mean, I say just, I'm sure there's all kinds of technical challenges there, but you have a level where the game takes place, and if I remember correctly, there are no loading screens in this game. I mean, it's not like the longest game, of course, but if I remember correctly, there are no loading screens, so they basically just have one map, one Unreal level map, and then they happen to have the menu as just sort of a small camera ride there in the beginning. Sorry about that. Yes, wasn't a suggestion, just the vista you were showing earlier kind of reminded me of loading screens. Ah, okay, well. Yes, if anything in my game reminds you of Abzu, then I'm happy. Yeah, it's a nice game. I should replay it. I've been meaning to replay it actually. You can do it in like an evening or two. So that's cool. I wonder, are we maybe done with this place? Okay, yeah, I haven't exported the game after I added those. We can play it from here, which is of course what I did. But what I actually did was play the game from the editor. So now we should have those trees there and rocks and all of that. And it uses the version that we just, yeah, now we have the trees and things here. But the thing that I then did was I went back to the main menu and loaded the game, and in which case it uses the version that's saved to disk. So those trees and rocks and everything went away. Yeah, I'm gonna wanna drive there to see the angles at which the player will see things. But yeah, I think we're like basically done, at least. Oh, there's a little bit of floating grass. I'm gonna take that away. Mental note. I think we're basically like at a level where the decoration of these natural places is starting to be sort of good enough. This is of course not the only level I will make for this game. I will need to reserve time for the other ones as well, so can't just like tweak and fiddle with this forever and ever. At some point I need to decide that enough is enough. Now let's make the next or previous area. What if we use a cheat code to actually remove the smokestack and then drive up to the refinery? So I'm pretty sure this is going to be my focus next, this whole refinery hill. Both the natural and man-made things here need a lot of work. It's almost like block out level stuff still. And this also looks kind of nice. There's a nice little rock outcropping there on the other side that we can drive to and have a look. Yeah, this looks cool. If I may say so myself. Yeah, imagine a big thing here in the background. I'm not gonna reveal what that thing is yet. Level design can easily become procrastination. Yes, absolutely. 100%. 100%. Yeah, in this case, I've had like a vision for this level for quite some time, and I'm basically implementing that. But I need to be careful that I don't start doing all kinds of things that weren't in that original plan, because then you're just wasting time. But yes, absolutely, it's easy to do that. But I guess that is the case with everything. If we're being honest here. Yeah, I need to do something about this ramp here. It's a little wonky. Hey, yeah, you can do that. You can do the railing here. Luckily, we have the unstuckifier these days. I'm gonna need to unstuckify a couple of times to get off it. And this system just works like remarkably well, considering it was done in basically one evening. I'm gonna just surf that for a bit. At some point, that you can sort of see that the force is starting to yank it sideways, but it just kind of happens to fall back onto the thing quite a few times. Yeah, the problem here is that you need actually a different, for this to behave well, you need a different physics material for the sides than what you're actually driving on. And currently it's just one mesh, so it has the same physics material, and for it to be drivable, it needs to have a very specific material, and that makes the sides be drivable as well, and that's not good. But yeah, I will redo that and have it use different materials for the different parts. Coolio. Anyway, let's fix that one grass thing that I saw. It's right here. Where's my grass object? So yeah, there's lots of painting the ground, shaping the ground, modeling, texturing, tweaking these cliffs. Although I don't think I should need to tweak them all that much. Actually kind of good. There's like this shape here is a little weird. I don't know why I did it like that. But yeah, I shouldn't need like a whole bunch of things. It's actually kind of interesting. I feel like this cliff has a lot of things going on that the other cliffs don't necessarily have. That's kind of because this was the first one that I did. I was kind of excited to try out new things. So it has all kinds of things going on. I think it will look kind of nice when it's done. And then probably model these structures properly. rest of the ground. Yeah, I'm probably actually gonna have to start on the cliffs already today if I want to get this thing done. Coolio, okay. I think I'm reaching the end of my stream energy here. Need to have a little bit of a think about what to do next. But this has been a good stream. Lots of good discussion once again. Thank you to everyone who partook. Lots of things to do still, but I think we're reaching a pretty good place now with these natural environments. And of course this refinery and this lift station, these are sort of the meat and potatoes of this thing, so they deserve some proper love. Yeah, and then we have the intro level. That would be this one. I was kind of contemplating if I would do like a really long ass stream, maybe next week. Do like a 12-hour stream or something, where I would just go crazy and try to decorate this thing all in one go. This level doesn't really have, at least not currently, it doesn't have any gameplay. It has only a cinematic. Yeah, it is pretty hardcore. Like we've done 4.5 hours now, including a little bit of a break, and that would be like 3 times this. I'm not sure. I need to see if I can actually do that. If I have some family business which prevents that. But I was thinking that could be kind of interesting to just like sit down and go like, right, we're gonna have to decorate this thing. Really only here for a cinematic, but it is the first thing you see when you start the game, so it needs to look good enough. But it's supposed to be out on the big plane, so you know, if we paint the ground, shape the ground a bit nicer perhaps, we texture these cliffs, we replace these pipelines with the proper ones, and we put down some trees and rocks and decorations. And that already takes us kind of far. I don't know. We'll see. I'm not promising anything, but that was sort of a thought I had. I might do something like that. We'll see. But if I do that, I will probably advertise it somehow. So if you hang around the YouTube channel or the Discord, then you should know if and when it happens. Oh, the car fell down and got destroyed. Probably have a kill plane there. What are those? I don't even know. Oh, they're the... Yeah, okay. We're just very, very far from it. It's... Here's the ground. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Cool, cool, cool. Yeah, there's a little bit of work to be done here to make sure that this actually looks the same as it does in the main level. Like there you have the smoke pillar, which actually doesn't look exactly the same as in the actual level now. So that probably also needs a little bit of work. But then when you look out onto the plane, you should basically see like the same things you see in the main level. Although that's hardly an important thing in the grand scheme of things, but a little bit of work can be put into that for sure. Anyway, we'll see if this crazy stream takes place. If it will indeed be 12 hours, that would be one way to do it. Oh, you haven't seen the new mother vehicle? Yeah, it's been like this for probably a couple of months now. It looks a little silly without its wheels. Just like all the other vehicles, it only gets the wheels at runtime. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Not quite done, but approaching doneness. I missed some streams. That is, first of all, it's fine, of course, but I didn't really make this on stream. Yeah, this is one of those things that I don't think I can like model a vehicle on stream, or I can, but it will not be pleasant for anyone. I modeled this, by the way, in VR. That was kind of an interesting. Experience. There's a very cool program called ShapeLab, which you can use in like a 2D flat mode as well. But it has a very, very good dynamic topology mode, which in my opinion works like way better than Blender's, for example. And yeah, it has a VR mode, and I was like, okay, well, let's try it. And I just ended up modeling this thing in VR, and then I redid the whole thing in Blender using like the model, the sculpted model that I made in ShapeLab as a base. Why are the tires not there in the editor and spawn in when you play? It's not just the tires, it's like the whole suspension thing. It's the whole suspension thing that's brought in. There's no reason why I couldn't have them in the editor. I could definitely have them in the editor. But the short answer is that if you look at this suspension, like all of these moving pieces here, they are being moved around by the physics engine and sort of post based on the parameters that I get out of the vehicle SDK. And so I would have to basically spawn them and post them using a completely different system, or then just like, you know, hand place them using the blueprint properties or something like that, just to have them show up in the editor. And I just haven't bothered with that because like it doesn't matter if they're in the editor or not. So it's like the whole suspension line and everything to the wheels, all of that is put there by a component which is only created at runtime. So that's why. And that would be why none of the vehicles have wheels in the menu. But yeah, if I really wanted to, I could have an editor-only component. Like if it really bothered me that things don't have wheels here. I could go here into the vehicle blueprints. Let's open a preview and go to mother. And let it load. And then, you know, I can just go here, component, mesh component. And we would not create it on the client. We would only create it on the level editor and in the asset browser preview. And then we could just go, you know, wheel, mother wheel, and there is a mother wheel material as well. And then we would just put it, you know, somewhere. So there's now a wheel. It's on the wrong side, or it's wrongly rotated, you know. And now, since this is created in the level editor, it would show up on the object in the level editor as well. You know, you can do things like this. Place it like, oh, not 50, but 5, no, 10. Something like this, you know. I could create wheels like this. And like client and server, these are the original two creation policy values. That was back when I really didn't have any sort of level editor to speak of. And so that just meant that where on the network is this thing being created. Of course, the mesh component isn't supported on the server, so it's grayed out here. But these days, when we have like the level editor and the asset browser preview, like if we take that away, it just goes away from there. These days, basically this means at runtime on the client and at runtime on the server. So you can do things like that if you really want to have them in the editor, but I haven't bothered. Just revert that. Yeah, the suspension is completely based on actually not in with the Scout. It is based on the vehicle transform that I get out of the physics engine. Right, I get this position out of the physics engine, and then I have simply decided that, you know, this part should fix itself to this part on the vehicle in the local space of the vehicle, right? And that goes for all of these parts. And so it is driven by the physics sort of completely, in the sense that I don't animate it myself, except I read the transform for the wheel, and I make sure that other side of the part just sticks to where you know, it is set up in the blueprint to be the local space of the vehicle. That's how it works, and that is also how it works with the mother vehicle, except the mother vehicle has this slightly more complex setup where well, it has 8 wheels, first of all, as I'm sure you can see. And on the physics side, all of the wheels are completely independent. They have their own suspension line that actually just goes completely straight up into the chassis. Here on the visual side, I sort of I fake it a lot by, first of all, oh, we're driving off the edge of the world. Let's destroy that mother and create another one. There we go. Yeah, so I sort of fake it by, first of all, I have a mesh that I just pose, which you know, covers both of these wheels, and it can move up and down, and it can rotate around this center. And then I have these other this spring meshes here that also consist of 2 different pieces that get posed so that the top end of them stay in the local space of the vehicle. And all of this is driven just by those 8 completely independent suspension lines on the physics side. So it's a little bit of a hack in that sense. And also this you know, piece of metal here, this steel, what did I call that? Like wheel arm, which would probably weigh like a I don't know, metric ton in real life. It has no weight because it is purely a visual thing. So that's why these things can just like snap up and down kind of quickly depending on what you are actually driving on. So yeah, from a visual perspective, a lot of this is just completely fake. But the important part, in other words, the actual like spring suspension force and the friction and all of that, that is simulated. And that's why, you know, if you do this, we have a cargo crane here. And this is one of my kind of favorite things. It's really sort of irrelevant in the grand scheme of things, right? But if you have a thing that you lift with this, let's put a scout there. If you have a thing that you lift here, like that, and then you start lifting it, you can actually see the movement in the suspension as, you know, as there's more sort of weight being moved around here. And that's really cool. I haven't seen many games actually do this, probably for good reason. But you can see the whole sort of chassis just like rocking around. And I get that sort of just like it's just a consequence of me reading those suspension lines, their data. And a Scout isn't that heavy, of course, so it doesn't move that much. But you can clearly see the movement there. Looks great. Well, thank you. I hope it does. I hope it will get even better with a little bit more work. Like my original plan, my original design for this vehicle was that it was supposed to be able to hold other vehicles inside of it. That has never been really implemented, and with this new design I didn't really go for that. And we'll see what we come up with. And yeah, the crane is obviously not textured, it's just the same one we had previously. Okay, folks, this was fun. Thank you to everyone who hung out today. I think I'm gonna end this here and try to figure out what to do next. And yeah, we'll see what happens with that marathon stream, if I have time to actually do it now before the demo. Or not. But we'll see. Regardless, I will keep basically crunching this demo together, because otherwise it will never get released. And just like last time, let's post the Discord link here in the chat if someone wants to join. And if you haven't subscribed to the YouTube channel, then by all means, give that a go. And I'll let you know when the next stream is up. Alright, have a great weekend everyone. See you next time.